You're on
Very
stage.
cool.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to It's a Long Story, a place where we roll dice, we tell stories, and we create magic. We are obviously ready to go today, not with the full crew, but those that are here from Unearthed Arcanum. Everybody, take a look at your cameras, wave, and say hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Welcome. Excited to jump into tonight. So a couple things for those who are watching this for the first time, wondering what the heck is going on here. Hi, we're a D&D live play, actual play, whatever sort of version of that stream that are Tales of Imea streams every Monday, Wednesday. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. So we are one of 4 other campaigns that exist in the same homebrew world at the same time. It's a lot of fun, a lot of crossover stuff. One campaign affecting something that's going to happen in another campaign. A lot of crazy jumbles of things. Having guest players coming in, things like that. Super fun. So if you're joining us and interested in what this is, please feel free to check out our YouTube or our Twitch that has all our kind of like back catalog of games that we've been playing in. For the Unearthed Arcanum, we are just over a full year of playing, which is incredibly exciting. So thanks, gang, and for those that are watching, I hope you enjoy. Before we begin, a couple of just announcements up front. We have our first and foremost we were just talking about this. We have our upcoming Candela Obscura campaign. Desperately looking for players. We have one player, and as I've mentioned before, she is a very good role player, but we need at least 2 more to be able to run a full campaign. So we've been trying to get that off the ground. For those who are not familiar with what Candela Obscura is, it is a cosmic horror RPG designed by the friends over at Darrington Press, famous for Critical Role. Designed to be kind of a deep sort of introspective, heavy RP, heavy stakes, high creativity sort of realm, low on the rules base. So, a lot of rule of cool type of stuff, and a very simplistic dice system. Honestly, one of the most simplistic dice systems I could imagine there being. So, we did a playtest of our version of that earlier back in September. So you can check that out if you're watching on YouTube, or if you want to check it out on YouTube. It is under our Shadows of the North Shore. It's a Candela Obscura playtest, so you can check that out. We have 3 episodes of that playtest that we did, and it was super awesome. And we want to do a full campaign, and we think you should join. Yes, you, looking right now. Maybe you. Yeah, you. So please check that out. If you're watching on YouTube, you can check that out through the video description that is below. But also if you're watching on YouTube and Twitch and Instagram, gang, I think I figured it out. I figured out for us to be able to be on, I think I keep saying that, but I think I figured out it not freezing. So we'll see. I just put the link in the chat for those, so feel free to take a look at that. Also, to finish up this, we will be off next weekend for our one-shot games. So for those interested in playing some one-shots with me being your DM and possibly a couple of these players jumping in and out of some of those games, we have one-shots available every Saturday and Sunday, except for next week. I will be out of town for the weekend. So please feel free to take a look at that for this weekend, for tomorrow. Tomorrow is already fully booked for our... I just took it off the thing. Hold on, I can do this. I designed this, I should be able to say it. For our Weldon McClellan's Melon Minstrel Murder Mystery. I think I did it. An all-bard affair. It's an all-bard one-shot where you get to play a murder mystery and figure out who killed Weldon McClellan. Super fun, very different from the normal one shot sort of stuff. So we'll probably do another one. I just realized I explained all of that, and no one can join because it's fully booked. But we'll probably do that again in the coming weeks, as well as we also have. I think we have some several open spots for our Sunday game for our old classic. Where's my darling piddle? A fun little sort of. It's also kind of a little bit of a whodunit. There's some fun little. It's very classic sort of high fantasy style game. One of the first one shots I made on here, actually. I think it is the first. So please feel free to check that out. I just put that in our link as well. If you're watching this and you don't want to worry about looking at the other screens or whatever, it is at startplaying.games/GM/It's a Long Story. Lastly, if you're willing to support the channel or wanting to try to figure out ways to do so, the best way to do that is to subscribe either on Twitch or YouTube. That helps us out a lot with the almighty algorithm. Allows us to be able to kind of come out to more people, and who knows, that might mean that those one shots get to go down in price. Yeah, please subscribe. Also, if you're wanting to check out our other social media stuff and join as well, follow, whatever. Follow, subscribe, the whole shebang thing. We have our link tree that is designed for our Instagram, TikTok, as well as our other links to our YouTube and Twitch. We periodically have sort of pictures and videos of our some of the design sets for our combat scenes, as well as some BTS stuff. Yeah. I think that is it for announcements. Who is doing the recap today? I totally forgot. Awesome. Cool. So before we jump into tonight, we need to find out where we left off. So Jess, could you please do the honors?
Okay, so last week we picked up in the immediate aftermath of the dinner. Yori and Gutter have left and Huxley kind of stormed out. And Alistair, because he's worried about his parents, tries to at first intimidate Percy, which sort of shifts almost seamlessly into a more persuasive attempt to have Percy send some help to his family. Percy, after a little bit of convincing, says he'll see what he can do, but he can't make any promises. And then we have a little moment where Percy sort of notices Nalani after Alistair left and kind of seems intrigued by him but doesn't say anything. And then before he also leaves, Percy sort of infers to Siobhan that he's leaving Huxley in her care, and will be in touch with about what he can do for Alistair's family. There's another little moment with Gwen and Siobhan, where Gwen tells Siobhan that she trusts that she made the right choice with Percy, but don't do it again without giving them all the information before we get into a situation. Up on deck, Yori has sort of enlisted Huxley to help him with the cannon to make a swivel base for it. They chat as they work these 3 hours. There's a moment where Alistair down below sort of senses that something might happen, so sends gear up to just keep an eye on things. And as expected, Yori has sort of enlisted our friend Huxley to create the instrument of his own demise. And basically tells Huxley that he needs to settle a debt with Gutter. Huxley does not remember anything about it, but Gutter then aims the cannon at Huxley. So we enter combat. Takes a round for Siobhan, Alistair, and Gwen to get up on deck. By the time that happens, Gutter has already lit the cannon fuse. Siobhan, being Siobhan, rushes right in. Huxley takes her prisoner, but that actually works in Siobhan's favor because she uses her little empathic ability to sense his emotions, which also dives sort of deep into his memories, and we learn about a situation with a parrot a misunderstanding, and Huxley ends up genuinely apologizing, though he's not very good at it, and it doesn't seem like it comes naturally to him. Gutter accepts, but punches him in the face before falling back in the water. It was a very tense situation, but we managed to avoid actual physical harm to anybody except for the punch, which this group kind of uses as communication. After that, we flash back to what happened with the rest of the group in the 3 hours that they were working on the cannon. Nalani and Alistair have a great little exchange where Alistair gives him the journal, permission to read it, and sort of bears his soul, so to speak. He also gives him the list from Brucelli, and on the list is 3 names. Nalani realizes that one of those names is his own, and the others belong to his parents, who may be alive somewhere. Gwen and Alistair catch up. He fills her in on what the princess asked, and she sends a message to Alina. She gets out the basic information that a princess is coming, needs help, but most importantly, Alistair loves and misses his parents. Then they talk a little bit about Gwen's uncertain situation with her patron. Alistair tries to sort of hype her up, but she tells him his view of her is too kind. And they spend the evening reading and studying. Huxley apologizes to Siobhan. Does not go well. They do not make a friendship out of it. And sort of in trying to think of the best word. Reaction to that, Siobhan goes to find Alistair to see if she should scry on the princess or somebody else. I don't remember who the other person was that she had first often. Oh, Alistair wanted her to scry on his parents instead. She's kind of like, no, I don't want to do that. Prior to that, I almost forgot, there was a voice in Gwen's head sort of asking, who are you? What do we do? How do we make choices? The conversation basically boils down to you make your own choices, and it's better to be the one doing the leaving than being the one left. Al hears that same voice, and just before Siobhan comes in, it kind of expresses doubt about Siobhan making choices for others. Then we have the scrying conversation. Siobhan leaves because it did not go well, and decides to, instead of scrying on Al's parents or the princess, scries on Grencelli Mortimer herself, which leads to a very interesting interaction where Grencelli is speaking with 2 individuals. The Raven Queen connection somewhere in there. The Raven Queen herself, not sure. Don't think so, but people important. And Grencelli wants to talk to the liar who gave her the false item. She's informed that he is no more, but that his group has snuck away with a little girl touched by the gods, the implication being that at least one of the rods has been hidden away in the soul of a mortal, and she rushes off to tell the group. That's where we ended.
You got it. Also, I want to make a note to everyone who's playing and possibly watching right there. It was a suggestion, not confirmed. There's a possibility that there is a child that may be a vessel for that.
I did have in my notes implication.
Implication, yes, yes, implication.
Yes.
But we also know it was the Fae that did this, so
yes.
Mm-hmm.
The Fae could just get their kicks out of somebody killing a child.
I had a tumultuous amount of players messaging me like, wait, so if this is true, then this is going to be this and this, which may still be true. Just, just saying. All of those responses, I reminded them, your character does not know this. Your character does not know this. Your character does not know this. So, fun. Very nice. Awesome. Cool. So let's jump into tonight. So what I'm going to do first for everybody, regardless of where we want to start tonight, what I'm going to say is that everybody on all of your sheets, go ahead and put on a long rest. You deserve it. Now, that being said,
For the audience, we haven't long rested since November.
yes, it's November.
Yes.
That being said, everybody, roll initiative.
It's been a long, long day, but I think there's at least
Totally worth it.
something to be said about waiting for that opportune moment to finally rest your head. Now, that being said, Siobhan, snapping out of the vision that you saw, do you think you would wait to tell anyone, or would you immediately? I'm sorry, no. We actually we ended that night with you running out of the room. So apologies. We're going to start with. I assume you're going to where Alistair and Gwen are.
Yes, as she's going though, she would check to see that Mask was still there.
Okay, you got it. As you run out, I think you run out of the room, think of the thought of like, well, whoa, wait a minute, and then you look back around, you see Mask kind of moving with you as a version of your daughter walking through the door. So yes, Mask is with you. Gwen and Alistair, you hear a knock. Or maybe not, maybe a burst, I don't know.
I think she would just blazingly open their door and stroll in. Yeah,
You
she's
got it.
got an attitude right now.
You're back.
Yeah, so I didn't look in on the princess. Huh?
I'm glad you didn't. So how are my parents?
I didn't do that either. You said your parents might be in danger, and that the princess is going to fight the danger, and that the danger was from Grincelli.
Did you scry on Grincelli, Siobhan?
Yes, but hold on. She was meeting with people. They're talking about the other rods, the same thing that you got.
Okay.
She had a fake. She said somebody gave her a fake. The person that gave it to her was dead though, so they were looking for the group that they were traveling with. And they're talking about they're talking about the rods and that the Fae had hidden them and that there was a chance the Fae could hide the rods in a being and a child touched by the gods. I don't know if that means anything to you guys.
Well,
We should get Huxley in here
No.
right now. What do you mean no? This other group, the Princess of Honoria, they're going to attack. He can talk to, he can reach out to them. He knows them. He can let them know what's going on.
And
we don't
trust
know
him?
that that's the same group, though, that might have this child.
I mean, who else is looking for these rods? Like, why? And regardless, if they're going up against Grincelli, and we know they are, then they should be
We know
warned.
Grincelli doesn't have a rod. At least we know that.
They should know that too. I mean,
Do they know
I just-
anything about these rods, though? Are you going to be giving this... I mean, I guess Huxley probably knows if he was at dinner.
I mean, he knows more about them than we do, so it's even more reason for him to be here. And Io should be here as well. And I mean, we might as well get everybody in here for this.
Do you agree that Io and Nalani and Yori and we don't know anything about Huxley, but he is here to help.
I can get him.
I'll get him. It's fine. You and Gwen can go ahead and
No, it's fine. I'm gonna point towards my room and just message him. Just be like, "Hey, shithead, Alistair wants you in his room."
Okay, I mean, there's a lot more nuance to what needs to happen versus what you said. And
you get a response back that is, "Fuck off, leave me alone."
Doesn't seem like he wants to come.
okay, like I said, I think it would have been better if we just look. I think Io and Nalani and Yori are that way. I'm gonna go. He's in your room.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I'll go get Huxley, and you guys can go get. You might as well grab Daphne too. I mean, she knows more about things going on.
Why would we grab Daphne?
Why
If
not?
they drugged the whole crew, you think she's in on this?
I mean, I don't know. I didn't see her at dinner, so
She wasn't at dinner.
I'll get Daphne.
Just think that. I mean, Daphne knows people as well, and I mean, anybody that we can get to go help the people in Eriskar, like Alina and Faustus, my mom and dad, would be very useful.
I'll get Daphne. Gwen, can you grab?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Probably others.
What Yori's doing right now.
I don't know. I mean, the Packle can stay. Anyway, I mean, there's probably not enough room in here for Fenrir. But anyway, I'm gonna go get Huxley. Do you guys need anything while I'm? You know what? It's fine. You're going out too. I'll just. Excuse me, Siobhan. Can you just?
I'm just gonna turn and walk out to find Daphne.
Thanks.
Love it.
Yeah, I'll go look for Io.
You got it. As you guys split to finding the people here, Io, you've been aware around for a rather crazy, tumultuous night. There's been a cannon pointed at someone who had just presumably gotten on board that day. There's been a close friend of yours held at gunpoint. And everybody, the way it ended was everybody pretty much just went to bed. Where is Io?
I think at this point he'd be close to at least one friend. I'd say he'd be with Nalani.
Okay.
Especially in this kind of situation, and probably doing what he can to kind of acknowledge what happened, but at the same time trying to diffuse things, making some kind of small talk.
Cool.
Stuff like that.
I think Nalani's been really quiet. I would say it's up to Mitch whether Nalani is going to. Nalani recently came across some very crazy information, and I think you roll me an insight check.
Mitch is waiting on you.
Oh, Mitch is? Oh, sorry. My bad.
Yeah, I think Nalani's just kind of quietly, I imagine he's quietly listening to Io just running his mouth, trying to defuse the situation, and Nalani's stoically staring.
It's a lot of like therapy session where only the therapist is talking, and
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. His cloak hood is pulling further and further over his eyes.
Okay, so the DC is about 5, Io. What'd you get on that insight?
Oh, sorry. You did say it. I thought you said me rolling in or him rolling inside check. That's why I was thrown off. Okay. Well, without even adding my modifiers, I beat that DC.
Yeah.
13 is what I rolled on that.
13, cool. Yeah, you get the idea that Nalani is, with 13, Nalani seems to be more distant than normal, and he's he's conscious. He's still Nalani. You know that he's not taken, is not possessed by anything. Does not seem to be, he just seems like he's just thinking and paying attention about something. And we'll say, we'll go ahead and just role play at least maybe a couple back and forths of that situation. So Io, you and Nalani find yourself both in the crow's nest.
Well, so anyway, as I was saying, if there's anything you want to get off your chest, I mean, a lot of shit went down today. I mean, a lot of shit went down today. Like, I don't know, you want to unpack anything that's on your mind? I've kind of been letting it all out here.
Do you think, have you ever felt like everything you thought you knew about yourself maybe isn't true?
Yeah, but why are you feeling that way?
Yeah, I mean, what if Javier wasn't really my uncle?
I never really met the guy myself, but what exactly gives you that idea that he wasn't really your uncle?
I guess, so, when we had to write down, who was close to us right before we went into, Alistair's mind?
Yeah, I remember.
And, I didn't have anyone to write down?
Yeah.
She wrote something on a slip of paper. And when we got back, she gave it to Alistair.
So.
And he gave it to me.
So who was on who was on that piece of paper?
I don't know if we really have time to talk about this now. I mean, with everything going on, it's sometimes it's best just to stuff things deep
No.
down inside.
Sometimes, but now is not that time. It's way.
Yeah, but I mean, we just had a battle. We haven't slept in days. Maybe I'm just not thinking straight. I really just think we should go find the others.
I mean, we can, but I mean, just you can tell me. I mean, it's gonna take 2 seconds, and it won't change things. But if we're gonna put this off,
you know what?
At least let's revisit this soon.
Yeah, I think it's best just to hold this. We need to stay focused. We gotta find Siobhan's daughter.
At this moment, you hear a creaking sort of sound as I would say, I think, Milani, you kind of like jerk awake a little bit and you look around, you look down, you see that you see Daphne kind of strolling up the rigging and hears voices and just goes, everything okay up there?
I mean, more or less. I mean, it's a lot better than it has been. I can tell you that.
Okay. Well, I went down to grab some food, and I guess there was really not much left, so I'm back. We can switch changing the guard if you want. I can go up there.
All right.
I mean, I'm halfway up already, so.
Yeah, come on, Nene. Let's go find what the others are up to.
Well,
But-
hold on. Let me get up and just as you see. The idea of like 3 people on a rigging doesn't make any sense. It's just, oh, okay. All right, down you go.
Nene, don't think we're dropping this though. We're revisiting this.
Daphne, not understanding what you're saying. Yeah, please don't drop. Nope, just grab onto something. It's pretty simple. So as you guys reach the bottom, Gwyn, there's been a moment where you've been looking around to try to find where Io could be, and I think you've looked everywhere except for up, and you're looking up, and you're just like, oh. And then you see them coming down, like, okay, good.
Oh, good. You're both together. There's been a development.
Do tell.
Short story is Siobhan scryed Unconcelli, and I don't have the full story yet. We're gonna go talk about it.
Gotcha. That sounds like a good idea. That name keeps coming up. I definitely want to be a part of this conversation because I've been thinking about something regarding to that too.
No time like the present, I guess.
Yeah.
As you look
Huh.
at the black of night, as it is, we're like at like 11:30, I think, at this point.
What is time?
What is time? Well, for Gwyn, yeah. Cool. So you guys start to head back down. Siobhan, you pass by all 3 of them. And I assume, you explain you're looking for Daphne.
I think Gwen, since she knows, would just point up at the right thing.
And Siobhan, you climb up. I'm not going to make you roll for that.
Daphne.
Oh! Shit. Oh, you scared the crap out of me. Sorry, what? Yes.
Are you okay?
Yeah, did you get food?
No, the others had a bit of a party and there wasn't much left.
Oh.
I think
Fantastic.
most everyone else will have a mean hangover tomorrow.
Yeah, I think you and your friends would be good. It'd be good to know. I mean, we only have 2 days journey in front of us when we leave tomorrow, but it'd be good to kind of give a little bit of a like a sailor's etiquette chat. Sorry, what's up?
What do you know about Grincelli?
Not Not very much, honestly. My sister, I don't even think, I'm trying to think, like above board, I don't think they've had a conversation about Grincelli. So yeah, I think Daphne's just going to say to you, yeah, not much. I know she's like the Mortimer Ludus. She's the Mortimer lady.
Have you ever heard of rods or weapons of great power? Insurmountable power?
I have.
I think you better come downstairs.
Okay. Right. Okay. And you both head downstairs and continue on down. So Siobhan, feel free to roll an insight check on Daphne.
$22.
22. With a 22, I believe, and I'm going to text Chelsea now, but I believe enough has been said that it seems like for Siobhan, there was a moment where Daphne seemed to hesitate in the way that she was going to say to you something probably along the lines of, well, just tell me now. Yeah, but that's it.
I think when we get to the bottom, I'll turn to her. I don't know what you know about Huxley, but I know he has some involvement in this.
Okay. I mean, I have my knife. Is that enough? Should I get a sword?
I don't think it'll come to blows right now. But I
Can it?
think we're about to enter very dangerous footing. Well, you missed it earlier, so...
No, I saw it from afar. It was... Are you... Actually, sorry. Are you okay?
It's not the first time I've been held at gunpoint. Didn't even get a blow-in on me.
Sure. Okay. I thought I was... Okay. Yeah. Anything else about... anything else before she joins the room?
No, I don't know enough about her.
Cool.
I feel like any more would be metagaming knowing her sister.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Also above board, because things are starting to jumble together a little bit. Do you guys even know that Daphne has a sister?
We do, because she showed Yuri the shell and said she was talking to her sister on it. But
So
we
that's
know
it.
nothing about her sister beyond they talk in shells to each
Cool.
other.
Got it. Awesome. Great. Okay. Knock, knock, knock. Alistair, before you knock, give me a perception check.
5.
5. Cool. Awesome. You're about to knock, and you hear from inside, "No."
Just push open the door.
You got it. Oh, it's definitely locked.
No.
I have a feeling too that there's a possibility that there's probably like I don't even know if these rooms have locks on them, but there's definitely one on this one now.
Okay. I'll take a step back and do I see anything magical around the door?
That's a
I
good
know
question.
I rolled a 5 perception, but
Yeah. I'll say roll me an Arcana check.
all right. What is that? Plus 16.
16. Yeah, so without the roll, you'll see at that point your 5 perception. You notice that there's what looks to be like a extremely invisible tripwire that you walked through at the end of the hallway here. As you can tell that Huxley has set some sort of alarm spell on here. Actually, I'll say also with a 16, you get the idea of that's how he knew you were in the room the first time. Even with the shrink band sort of thing, you happen to knock that trigger there. But also with a 16, you get the idea that there's some probably mechanism that is set up so this door is impenetrable by physical force.
Right.
That's about it.
Okay, I just wanted to give you the courtesy of knowing that Kara has important information that she can share concerning your friends that may be useful to them. I've done my duty by letting you know. If you would like to know more, you can join us in my room with the rest of everyone else. Otherwise, you can stay here for the rest of this journey and fulfill your role, but I will make sure you don't enjoy it. See you shortly. And then walk back towards my room.
Above board, what was the first part of that you said with the information about?
Oh, concerning his friends.
Okay. Rolling persuasion check.
Oh. That's changed.
Mm-hmm.
So 13 plus 3, 16.
16. With a 16. Ooh. With a 16, you get the voice inside your head says, I feel that the person behind this door doesn't believe in friends. Maybe changing your wording would help. And I'd say you get that before you even say friends. Because I think she hears you say that before you say it.
Your people in going to Eriskar, the princess, she has information concerning them.
I know. I just talked to them. Don't worry, you're safe.
Kara scried on Grincelli Mortimer. I don't think
Click,
they know
click,
that yet.
click, click. The door opens. Why the fuck did she do that?
Well, if you would like to know, everyone is meeting in my room.
It's
So-
like she's mad, so she just tries to fuck up everybody on this boat because I stole her room.
Do you want to know?
How many people?
Okay. What?
No. How
Go to
many
my
people are in the room?
Enough.
That's
Listen, Huxley.
It's your room?
Listen, Huxley. The fact that I'm coming to talk to you right now and letting you inside with this information after what you did, the way you acted, what you've done. Okay, I don't have to do that. I made a choice to do that. Now you can make a choice to follow me, or you can stay here.
I'll go. But don't pretend that it's you just letting me in as much as it is also me helping save your ass. Closes the door behind him, moves past you.
Miles as he walks behind him.
You see him open the door, doesn't walk in. Just stares at the open space that I think in this moment has no one in it, right?
Yeah, at this point, no. Yeah, just no one would be in there.
Oh man, he looks at you in a way of like, what is this? And you see his hand twitch as all of a sudden we hear noises of people coming down the stairs, and his hand twitches again, and his look subsides. Looks like I was gonna be early. I'd rather be late, everybody. Go ahead, just walk past me. I say at this moment, as you're all kind of like passing by, Alistair, feel free to roll an insight check in this.
Ooh, 16 plus 1, 17.
17. So natural inclination, I think anything above a 10 would tell you like, okay, he just doesn't trust you guys. Thinks that this could have been an ambush. This could have been something that was, all sort of set up for this. I'd say above a 15, there's a certain point where you get, because he's not really necessarily hiding this fact to it. This is on par. This is his life. Some of this is like, he's always the last one walking in. He's always asking how many people are in the room. He didn't ask you how many windows. He didn't ask you the layout of the room because he's been in there. That's the only reason why. So there's a certain point of like heavy, high caliber caution that has that you assume most likely has come with the territory, but also possibly just he's what's the word, on edge, the sort of like irrational.
Yeah, so I think it's my room, and I'm behind him. So I mean, I think everybody enters, and then he's standing there waiting on me to go in. And I think as I'm going in, I'll just kind of crook my arm into his and drag him into the room with me. So he has to walk in with me.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're all here. Sorry, guys.
Yori looks around us. Cool. It's like we're all gonna sleep here in the same. Sweet. Hey, Huxley.
No.
Huxley just gives him a fucking look. Just stares daggers back at him. No, okay.
I think also in response to Huxley saying he prefers to be late, he's like, "Hey man, just so you know, that's not the way fashionably late works."
Does it look like I care about fashion?
Do you want me to answer that honestly, or do you want me to tell you what you want to hear?
I don't care what you say.
All right, so Shiv, you said you did a thing.
Yeah. I'm not taking my eyes off Huxley this whole time.
He's not taking his eyes off you?
I squared on Grincelli Mortimer.
Ooh.
You seem proud of that.
No. I don't feel pride connected to that. I just did what I did and have information. She's not at the Ludus. I'm here, gonna go.
I gotcha. I think it was you, Dan.
Wherever she was, it was desolate. Not anywhere I've seen anywhere near Eriscar. And she met with two individuals who, pretty sure were ravens before they became close to human, before talking to her. And she had a rod with her that she said one of their soldiers had given to her and was a fake. So she demanded to speak with that soldier, who apparently, good for us or not, is dead. But they are still searching for these rods. And these people insinuated that the group their soldier was traveling with had found something else. A child touched by gods.
Where?
They also insinuated that Fae had something to do with the rods disappearing. That the Fae could potentially hide the rods in more than caves on abandoned islands.
Where was this child? Supposedly.
With the group that their soldier had been traveling with. I don't know if the group is working with them or if they were just pawns in whatever game this is. But I think they still have the child, even though that soldier is dead.
And we're supposed to trust this information because...
And trust it or not, I saw what I saw.
Sure. Yeah.
I'm not
and
asking for your fucking trust. I'm telling you what I saw.
I'm just saying you're dealing with Grincelli Mortimer. I don't know if you're aware, but she's one of the most powerful people in Imea.
So I've been told.
So she could have easily
Huxley. We allowed you to be in here.
Okay.
How confident are you, Kara, that what you saw actually happened?
I'm gonna look at Mask for confirmation.
Huxley looks in the direction that you're pointing at, but doesn't make any sort of connection or anything. As much as I wanted him to. mask. I'll say now at this point. No, I think still probably looks like Maeve. Just nods.
I'd swear it on the gods.
Okay, then I think we can move forward with the presumption that what you saw was accurate.
Because of
The point,
Oop.
Huxley, is that Grincelli does not have a rod and she's off her game, and whatever she's looking for, whoever she's looking for, I don't know, maybe a bargaining chip to help your buddies if they get caught or if something bad happens.
Also,
or just putting it out there.
Mm-hmm.
She is onto the game. She's smarter than everyone in this room. I'm including myself in that. And she's knowing this is exactly what would put you at ease or put you in a spot that she'd want you to be in.
I don't think she gives two rats' ass about me. She knows nothing of me. Why would she? What would be the point? I'm a known one, nobody from the slums of Dair's Wharf who found her way to the streets of Eriscar. Why the fuck would she care?
You see he's about to say something. He stops. He holds his tongue.
No, speak up. Why would she care? You're so much smarter than us, so much smarter than me, clearly, as you've let me know.
I thought that same thing. I've made that mistake. That's all.
Yo, Shiv. The only thing about that, I know you are I guess you would be, but weren't you also like a PI in Eriscar?
Remember, she's Kara right now. There's only one person in this room who is confused on who she is, and I think that would be Daphne.
Gotcha.
Correct?
Daphne knows I'm a changeling.
Oh, okay. So then no one,
So
no one
only
is.
Huxley thinks
Cool.
I'm Kara. Daphne knows what I am.
You're right. Wait, no, you changed in front of both of them, didn't you? You were changed in front of
No.
Percival? Yeah, you did, because you were saying
He was
that.
there, yeah.
Yeah.
But he
so-
doesn't know about Siobhan's life in Eriscar.
Right. Yeah, that's certainly true. Only saw Kara, Changeling, and then back to Kara.
Yes.
And it's funny. I think the only word that has been used to talk to you in the phrasing of Siobhan was Io saying Shiv.
Shiv. That's
yeah.
it.
And I think with the awkward pause, he probably kind of, it was like, I mean, or not. I mean, I do say some, I do put my tentacles in my mouth more often than not sometimes. Do we have any, you said it seems like she was in somewhere desolate. Do you have any idea where she left the Ludus? And specifically, if anyone might know why she left?
It's not quite how these spells work. If she is as powerful as everyone claims her to be, it would probably take a matter of seconds for her to be back. So it's not like it's a vast window for the princess to do anything, but at least there's some information that they could use against her if they choose to, or they could ignore, whatever. I'm just trying to be helpful.
Well, Speaking of trying to be helpful, what if we had perhaps somebody we could talk to in the Ludus who may know where she came from or went to?
I don't know if that matters.
I guess at this point it might be too late. Especially if she's looking for one of these things that we have now already. There's fake ones out.
Can I look at Daphne and see how she's reacting to this conversation?
Yeah, I did get a catch up on that. Daphne seems pretty lost.
Okay.
Daphne knew, checking in on with Chelsea, Daphne knew the name Grincelli, knew that they were from Eriscar, and actually doesn't know about the rods. So, Daphne seems pretty lost.
I'm above table because I did mention the child and then somebody dying and the group still having the child. I wasn't sure if that triggered anything. Okay.
No, they haven't had a conversation about that yet.
Oh, okay. Well,
Grincelli, if I may, without anyone pointing a cannon at me, Grincelli runs the only, but also an extremely powerful school in North Hymea. She's also a member of the Septenary in Nova Sol, which means she's a government official in a place that is 600 miles away. She could be anywhere she needs to be very quickly.
as I said, which is why I don't think it's. I don't know, maybe. I don't know. Fuck. Alistair, you wanted them all here. I don't know why what use is this? What?
You when the princess reached out, and I told you, you seemed like you had a connection with her. I feel like, and I think you would understand, that the more information we have to help them, it would be helpful and beneficial to all of us. You clearly know Grincelli better than we do. And you've clearly failed several times at whatever it is you've been trying to do. So help us not make the same mistakes. Imagine all the things you could have done better if you'd have had plans to start off with.
Alistair, roll me a persuasion check, DC 15.
So that's 17 on the die, and yeah, plus 3. Carry 20.
Natural insight for those of you who have high enough to be able to kind of see into this room. Huxley is either going to the facial expression goes from I'm better than everybody else, screw you guys, whatever, to I'm going to launch myself across the room at Alistair, or I'm going to walk out. He does neither in this. But I would say, like, Siobhan seeing this, like, Siobhan, you like, position yourself just in a space of, like, just getting ready. And actually, I would say, Alistair, you get something from Undulith that says you hit something there. I wouldn't step away from it. But there's something there. And you hear Huxley go, I think the fact that I am still here is only because she wants me to suffer. You're asking me to help you all. And if she was standing right here now, I would launch everything I could at her, knowing that I would fail. The only people I know that could possibly do anything to even maybe nick the power that she has are with the princess. As far as information that I have, I can tell you that she is an extremely powerful sorceress that can be anywhere. If you think you've outsmarted her, you're wrong. And she will kill everything that you love. So there you go. I have watched her for years. I have tried to get, who does she trust? What does she like? What kind of food does she eat? What are her proclivities? What is her desires, wants, needs? Nothing. I have studied her for years and have found the one weakness I thought I found. I was wrong. And she was ahead of me the whole time. You want my advice? You should run. Get as far away as you can.
So then you understand that because the people you know reached out to me, I put my parents in Eriscar in Grincelli's way. So any information that we have, I need you to give to them because we're already in it.
I already did.
Thank you. It's appreciated.
Well, you're an idiot for letting your loved ones get involved.
Well, I'll talk to your people when I can about that. How's going this alone been going for you?
I wasn't always alone.
Sounds like you're making a choice.
As should you.
No, I think I'm doing pretty good right now. Everybody seems to think we're idiots, and that's fine, but you're stuck with us for the next 2 days. It would be really helpful if you could share things with us.
I did. That's it.
Okay.
That's all the information I have that could help you in making your decision.
So run away from the lady who can be anywhere, everywhere, all at once. And if we thought we outsmarted her, we've already lied. I mean, do you kind of see why that doesn't sound very helpful to us?
I mean, just make yourselves unimportant, I guess. Go down to the... In your case, I mean, I don't know if she can breathe underwater. Maybe you can just hang out down below the ocean where you came from.
Say that again?
You heard me.
I think with that, you you see his hand flickering, but things have been, tempers have run hot enough. He's gonna I'll get you, boy.
If only there was one way to set a tyrant against another.
Who else do we have?
We were told to go away from Hasamal.
No, there's another.
Who you thinking? Okay.
The one who came for me and took my daughter instead.
We could just kill him.
Not him. The queen he serves. If we can set her against whatever she is.
DM.
Mm-hmm.
Knowing just what very little I know of the mention of the Violet Court and the Fey sort of impression from the cave, do they seem like they could be similar, like from the same court? Or did they seem more summery, so to speak?
The Fae from which cave?
The cave we were just in, because there was a Fey sort of influence there.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
And with the idea that the Fae have been hiding the rods.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think, like, it's... So, in dealing with the difference between, like...
Yeah, and mostly what I would know would be, like, fairy stories.
Right, yeah. The Seelie and the Unseelie court are kind of like they're the opposite sort of sides. Like they're the two sides of the same coin in a way of saying that from what you've seen from the caves, all you've seen is a general fey. There's a good possibility that both the Seelie and Unseelie took part in that, or it's just one fey that
Right.
basically, might have had helpers or so, but there's no specific inclination on whether or not it would be from the Violet Court or not. So it could be, could not be.
I still think even then I would pipe up and say, well, if the Fae have been hiding these rods, it stands to reason that they would have skin in the game to keep them from her, from anyone.
Oh, we're already headed to the Feywilds. To
It
the
may
Violet
not-
Court.
It may be one avenue we could pursue.
Problem is, after the dust settles and winner in this conflict's crowned, aren't we in a worse situation then?
But that's not written. We won't know unless we do something. Change the variables.
And if they're powerful enough, you can let the two wolves rip each other apart and then strike the last one standing when they're the weakest.
Not a bad idea. Especially after we make sure that the last one standing has been sapped of everything potentially they could do.
It may at least buy us time.
What's
Whatever
Huxley
that
look
means.
like while we're discussing this?
Huxley's eyeing Alistair's, the rest of Alistair's materials over in the corner. And he seems to be aware of what's happening, but he also doesn't know, like, he's in the conversation enough to like kind of make weird sort of faces whenever the Feywild's mentioned, in a way of like he has no idea what you're talking about. But he also, I think he also knows, I don't know. I think right now he's quiet, and I think the reasoning, honestly, above board is because I want a chance for you PCs to kind of converse. But I think at a certain point he's going to ask what the fuck you guys are all talking about, as far as the Feywild stuff goes. So if it makes sense to do that now, I'll do that. So one of you has the changeling has a connection with the Feywild. Did you? Oh, wait, hold on. Let me guess. You kidnapped the fairy, and now they want him back?
Not even close.
I thought you were supposed to be the smartest one in this room.
I know nothing about the Feywild. It's smart has nothing to do with those creepy. No offense, I guess.
It's worth thinking about.
Sure. Grincelli versus an army of Fey spirits could do it. Yeah, if you're looking for. So, what do you have that would be able to convince them to attack Grincelli?
I think Nalani clears his throat from the corner. Is like, do we really want to discuss all this with strangers?
I can leave. Daphne says, I'd like to stay, if that's okay.
Yeah,
Just
I mean, the guy literally just told us to keep a low profile and not trust anyone, and you're airing our business in front of two strangers.
That's the smartest guy in this room right now.
listen.
I look at Alistair.
I mean, I know you want to
Alistair,
impress
like, thinks
both of them, Alistair, but maybe we should excuse them.
Wait, hold on. The DM missed. What happened? What did you say?
I know you want to impress both of them, Alistair, but maybe we should dismiss them.
Okay.
Okay. Listen, Percy genuinely thought or told you to stay here for a reason. So, what can you help us with in terms of Dair's Wharf?
I had a shop there that I worked out of. That was mine. I guess shop's not the right word. Like a warehouse. There's probably, unless it's been ransacked since then. I don't know. It's where I started working on stuff before I and just points to Gutter. Is Gutter in here?
Oh, sure.
Yeah. Just
probably
points to
thinks
Gutter,
Lori.
who's like in a like feral sort of stance right now, looking at Huxley. Before I, all that. I don't know if it's still there, but
What's the name of the shop?
are you serious? It's a sign. There's a sign that says no trespassing. Why would I? It's not a. It's more like a. It's a.
A
Guys.
fence?
Guys, he got his ass kicked by Grincelli and then kept a low profile afterwards, which is what
Okay,
he's telling us to do.
I'm asking because I lived in Dair's Wharf for over a decade.
Who are you? Are you just a member of the Thieves Guild or what?
Yes, I was a member of the Thieves Guild.
Okay. Well, if you don't know where it is, probably not gonna. After I explain, right?
You told me there's a sign that says no trespassing. You didn't explain shit.
Yeah, I know, and I won't. But if we... looks over at Alistair. If we make it there, there might be some things that'll be useful to you guys.
If we make it there,
Just points at the collection of you all. I get the feeling you guys are the type of people that often point weapons at each other.
now, I mean, I've only pointed one weapon at one person in our group.
That's
Once.
above board. That's not true at all. But roll me a deception check, Nalani.
Yeah, that's a 2.
Amazing. I'm not gonna roll. I find that extremely hard to believe.
To be fair, as many times as that may or may not have been true, he's also saved our skins more times than we can count.
Okay, but I haven't shot anyone in our group.
That's an accurate statement.
Yeah.
I feel like it's an extremely specific statement too.
And I haven't shot you yet.
You shot at me.
Exactly.
Huxley, would you like to? I I can go back to your room if you want, Siobhan's room or Kara's room, if you want. I guess we're done.
Perception check, Daphne.
Would you say Siobhan? Did you actually say Siobhan?
Oh, I think I just rambled through all of that.
Cool.
Oh, no.
We? I mean, I'm not really in the mood.
Okay, that's not what I meant. I just
All right. Having seen him clearly try to use my same tricks against it, like the flirting I used on him against me earlier,
Mm-hmm.
and now trying to do something with Alistair, can I see if there's a reaction to that Siobhan name being mentioned?
Roll me an insight check.
24.
No, you don't see anything.
Okay.
I told you there were some things that I would like to get done in the next couple of days, and I was hoping we could get a schedule for that.
I don't really work on schedules. Are we at this point in the meeting? Because I could jump off here.
Okay.
I
Great.
don't
I
think we're
will.
getting anything productive done, so
I will wake you when I'm ready to get going.
Okay. And he walks out. He walks out backwards. Especially in Alani.
Okay. Fine.
As soon as the doors close, you hear Daphne. God, that fucking guy. Jesus.
right?
Such a shithead. Oh my god.
Oh,
Right.
What the
Did
fuck,
you
Alistair?
see the way he was flirting with Alistair?
What?
Did you see the way Alistair told him my name?
I didn't.
So wait,
Said-
so let me make sure that I understand. So your name is actually
Oh my god.
waits for the answer. Right. Well, we'll figure that out later. To be clear, I also could help in this regard. I have a friend that I haven't been in contact with in some time, but they were a big help a while back, and my understanding they've been collecting their own people. So
This is the friend you told me of, right?
above board, maybe.
I'm trying to find the name. It was like Mir or something like that. I'm trying to find the name.
It would be missing.
Missing, yeah.
Mhm.
This is missing.
Yeah, I don't know if they. From my understanding, it's been all in chaos over there since I've been there, but they're pretty scrappy. So, assuming that they're still alive, they've probably be able to house us. And we're not going to Huxley's place, right? That's.
I don't plan on that. But
Why? Sorry. Why? If there's things there that could be useful for us.
Because of the what do you see in that man that proves useful?
I mean, he's been alive for this long, and I mean That arm can do some things. I haven't seen it do those things yet, but it can
So
do some
then we
things.
cut off the arm and use that. I don't understand. That's it. That
What I'm
there's
saying is, there might be
just because
something.
someone is an asshole doesn't mean they're smart. You know that, right?
Of course, I know that. I'm just saying there might be something useful we can get out of at least going there.
I'm not staying there.
I mean, I'm not saying it's staying, but I'm like, we could probably send Al with a bit of backup. I mean, out of everybody, he seems to hate him the least.
he doesn't hate any of you guys. You understand
Oh, he
that, right?
certainly hates us.
No, I think he really hates Kara.
I'm pretty sure he's not a fan of Yuri either.
Also, that comment, Io, I'm
Yeah.
apologize
Yeah,
for his
that
sake.
was.
Oh boy.
We just group vote on throwing him off the ship.
I mean, I've already promised to skin him alive, so I'm on board with you, Daphne.
So there's 3.
I mean, honestly, I'd be down.
Just think that we're just going a little bit too far with this, okay?
Okay.
I mean, no
Okay.
one in this room is no one here is exactly the nicest person. So, but hear me out though.
No one
So,
here is the nicest person.
but
For
no,
me.
but listen, like, so like when I was like that, Gwen just ignored me, and then that worked, and kind of. But then there were other times when like I was like super nice to me when he needed things, and so so I tried, and then I got flip flopped, and then I think somewhere in the middle, I just got really confused with where I was going with things. Just curious, like
Also,
which one did you think really kind of got him the most? Do you think really kind of?
there's a moment where Daphne stares at you.
I
Also,
just I
how does he have your room, Siobhan? Or Kara? What do I call you? We gotta settle this.
Kara.
Kara.
Kara. Well, especially going to Dair's Wharf, Kara. I don't want those people knowing about that life. I didn't want Huxley knowing about that life for damn sure.
So why
thought I
does he
had
have
him
your room?
there.
Because I'm a fucking idiot.
Okay.
I'm gonna go take watch.
Well, I was scheduled to take watch. So I guess I'll go up with you.
Yeah, let's go.
And you see Daphne and Siobhan walk out.
Hey, I messed up there, guys.
A little bit.
Yeah, but there's always another day.
And the difference with you and Huxley is that he's purposefully a dick. For his own reasons, whatever they might be. So it's a little less easy to fall in line with that.
Yeah, but it's kind of nice knowing everything up front.
I don't know. I'm somewhere in the middle. I can't really say I like him at the moment, but all of that pushing people away. Sometimes I wonder if there might be a reason to that.
Of course,
And
there's a reason for that, but it doesn't mean we have to be the ones to break through it in 2 days.
yeah, honestly, that's fair. It's easy to forget that we all came through with our own little baggage when we formed this merry band that still is yet to be named. But Winks at the camera. Winks at the camera.
Winks at the camera. Take a point of
Oh.
inspiration for winking at the camera. That's incredible.
I still
love
haven't burned my last inspiration from.
Well, it's about to be 24 hours, so take it.
Okay, perfect. I'll take that. But well, you see, I guess it's not our job. Fixing each other was one thing versus fixing him, I guess. It's a good point, but God, there's a strong part of me that really does want to throw him in the bottom of the ocean.
I think there's a line between accepting who he is, helping him or helping each other, and telling him our deepest, darkest secrets that could get a little girl killed if they're spilled to the wrong place.
It could also help keep her alive.
You saw his reaction to anything associated with the Fae. It's not a positive one.
I also saw his reaction when he talked about Gringelli and the only people he thinks that can stop her or even have a chance at it are already there. And if they go after the girl or try and stop her without knowing what she may or may not be, I don't know. They need to know.
No, I agree. I meant Maeve.
With our
Get as much information out of him as we can.
And then dump the body?
Yeah, sure. We'll dump the body. Whatever you want, guys. This is my room.
Maybe we try not to have any bodies on our hands that we don't need to.
No, honestly, agreed. I'm sure any talk of throwing the H-Man overboard is mostly in jest. Mostly.
I actually don't think we should throw him overboard. I think he's not telling us everything he knows. And I think there's a reason he was sent with us, and we don't know what that is yet. I agree with Alistair.
Speaking of that, I've been thinking about this ever since we were in the cave. And I remember when I went down, everything that's happened with my book, I try to document it with Dr. K. And I was thinking, what's our professor's relationships with the Mortiners?
Above table, real quick, because I can't remember. Do we know that you've been communicating with him in the book? Okay, I don't think
right.
so.
Communicating with Dr. K?
Yeah,
Yeah,
just in
I think
general.
so. I think so.
Because I would
Okay.
have mentioned that I would have mentioned to the group I would have gotten the journal from him, and
I just couldn't remember. Nobody really had a relationship with them, right? Like, I don't really ever remember the Mortimers
showing
at
up.
all at the Ludus when we were
Right.
there.
What have you told? What have you told them, Dr.
So-
K?
Yeah, Dr. Kestrel, if you don't remember taking potions and demonology.
I did not.
Dan, if you can move that mic closer or up yourself, you're
Sure.
really speaking pretty low.
All right, is that better?
Yes.
A little bit.
All right. So, well, with Dr. K, since he's the only one who taught anything about fiends at the Ludi, I I was jotting down mostly stuff with my patron. Visiting him the few times that I visited him, the things that I saw. The last thing I remember writing to him was going down in the cave. I remember him asking where exactly we were. I don't know if he was tired or if he was short. Something about him was just, I don't know, a little bit off. I think he might have just been tired, but I remember when he asked me where I was just like, we were somewhere far from Celeste, but I didn't really give him too much of a specific location.
Do you want me to find out?
Honestly, that's not a bad idea because you can do that. You can do that book hopping thing, right? But would it
I think
work?
so,
Would it work in
for
this
now.
case? Because the ink seems to disappear after a while.
Oh, if I can't see the writing, it probably. I
I
need to see the writing.
I do think I have another way of reaching him, though.
I'm sorry. We started this conversation about whether we trust the professors at the Ludus, and you want to reach out to him.
Well, yeah. I mean, we could ask some probing questions. Now I have a couple extra heads I can kind of guide the conversation in.
I don't know really if that's the best thing to do right now, especially after we just somehow may or may not got away with seeing what Grincelli herself is up to.
Doesn't have to ask about Grincelli,
Right. And
but I see your point, Alistair. It could be a risk we don't need to take right now.
good point. And I mean, are you saying with the book, Al, or just reaching out to him at all?
I think maybe not at all would be.
Yeah.
Listen,
What
I
if
know you guys think Huxley's a dick, but at the end of the day, I mean, he's not wrong.
not to mention the thing with thievy types, liar types. You tell two truths, one lie. That's the way you make a lie a little bit more convincing. So everything he's saying can't be bullshit.
Just saying, I mean, right now we're on our way to Dair's Wharf. We're going to get Maeve, and we still have Amir to deal with. We can't get this rod anywhere near Grincelli if we can't even deal with Amir right now. So maybe we should just forget about the Ludus for a little bit.
True. We don't want to put your folks in any more potential danger either.
Yeah.
So at this point, besides Siobhan, who's keeping watch, we'll say kind of like keeping first watch sort of thing, everybody else is getting dangerously close to having to roll a Constitution saving throw. So you guys got to go to bed. You're feeling tired. And we'll say, Siobhan, it's probably kind of like half of a watch even. I mean, it's been a long day for you even on this. So, Siobhan, as you are climbing up top, you are in the crow's nest with Daphne. I need to ask you something, and I want to be. Sorry, that's not her voice. I want you to. I'm just trying to be honest with you. My sister. She needs to know some of these things. I have a feeling that she's not given me all the information. There's a possibility that she knows more about Grandchelly than she wanted to tell me, but if I seem to have information, then maybe she'll help me with said information. If you want me to be a help to what is currently going on, it'd be best that she knew. I can also ask the rest of the group. I just felt like I wanted to.
We've pulled you into our bullshit. Protect your family, whatever you need to do. I just ask that you don't mention Siobhan or the connection to Eriscar, because I don't want to put my little girl at risk. If they have any information that can help us, if you're willing to share it.
Of course. Yes, I started this journey just to check out my friend, who was very much where I was someone who was seeking liberation, revolution, where I was currently at, and I would say that I've hung that up, and I'm trying to do the same with. I feel like my friend is still there, trying to do things themselves. So,
I get it. All I started out to do was to get my daughter back. Now it's just gotten out of hand. Everything's gone a little crazy. There's evil professors and voices in the skies, and I just want my daughter back. That's all I want.
Siobhan, as you're saying this, I think you're looking out towards the sea and the area where you assume Dair's Wharf is at, or just kind of just picking a spot and just imagining. There it is. And you, as you're saying this, you're just imagining what it's going to be like getting off that ship and what you might have to do and who you might have to converse with and how that would go down, and all of these things are swimming around in your head, and you realize that this Daphne's been a little quiet.
I'm gonna kind of nudge her with my shoulder and try to use my powers to get a sense of what she's feeling.
Do you turn in her direction?
Yeah.
Cool.
I imagine like we're both leaning on the railing, And I just kind of nudge her and look over at her.
You got it. As you nudge her, you look in her direction and recognize that her neck is pointed up at the sky. You see her eyes are wide, and you see that she doesn't look like she's breathing. And all of a sudden, you see the eyes just roll into the back of her head, and she falls to the ground. Huxley bursts out of invisibility and said, has his handgun pointed at you, and says, "It's a good thing I had some of that left over. Okay, Kara, we need to talk." And with that, we'll go to our 10-minute break. We'll see you guys in 10. Siobhan, with the gun pointed at your head, point blank range, you see Huxley standing in front of you. Daphne, unconscious, in the crow's nest, almost 100 feet away from anyone being able to see you or do anything. You're gonna have to make sure that you speak slowly and just no sudden movements, okay? It's been quite an evening, and honestly, I just feel a little jumpy, so... if you could put your weapons on the ground, please.
She'll slowly unsheath Thornweaver from her back, and then her 2 daggers and the crossbow.
As you bend down to put them down, Huxley's arm still follows your head.
Ask your questions.
Is there some sort of bounty that you're hoping to give him with this?
Who?
I think you know who.
Hadrian?
There it is.
The only thing I'm hoping to give Hadrian is a slow, painful death once he tells me what the fuck he did with my daughter.
Unfortunately, being someone who's studied magic, I never could quite get that Zone of Truth spell down. So why should I believe you? I mean, you're his partner, his protege up until 7 years ago, right?
When he betrayed me and left me for dead.
You see him do a slight bow to that. I happen to be in the area, killing 2 birds.
You were in Eriscar?
Checking up on my own personal mission, but turns out Adrian
Did you
was
follow
willing
me? Did you know where I went? To the apothecary?
No. I left as soon as I knew that Kara was no more.
Appears you were not very good at your job then.
I was an outside hire for this. Apparently he didn't trust his own people, so I did my job. See, it's funny, when you went by Kara, I thought in my head, well, either this is the changeling pretending to be Kara in a way of seeming important once they got to Dair's Wharf and then screwing over her crew, or this was actually Kara, and I couldn't know for sure until you said, well, until your friend said Siobhan.
How
See,
do
it's
you
funny,
know that?
I was working on my own stuff in Eriscar, and you walked right by me maybe 2 or 3 months later, I didn't know it was you, of course, until I saw who you were with, followed, heard some conversation, and connected the dots and recognized. Well, that's what changelings do, huh?
So you knew I was with Carter then, in Eriscar. And you
Is that
knew what
his
I
name?
was.
Yeah.
So you're concerned about a bounty on your head that I might try to collect on. Are you the bastard who sold the information about me to them? About where I was? Who I was with?
Yeah. Wait. I thought I specified that. I was the one that made Kara. I made you. Natural insight. He doesn't seem to understand what you're talking about as far as like a secondary thing.
What do
Roll
you
me an
mean you
insight check,
made
actually.
me?
I made Kara have to fend for herself. Really, all I did was give information to Hadrian that this was where you were and this is what you were doing, and then he gave the go-ahead for me to tell all of your friends to back off, which I did.
Before the Eriscar job. Or you're saying this was after?
This was during.
Huh.
Would you
18
get
on
that
the
insight check?
insight.
18. He doesn't seem to understand what you're talking about as far as anything that happened after you meeting Carter. Anyways, that's enough of reliving the past. I need to know what your plans are involving the rod. And you need to convince me.
I already told you what they're doing with the rod, what the plans were with the rod.
Right. What are you doing with it? I know what you are.
I don't owe you shit.
Okay. See, this is tricky now. If I shoot you in the head, it's going to make a pretty loud bang. But a fall from here won't be absolutely sure would kill you. I'm not sure. Help me out here. What would you do? You were the expert.
I told you what our plans were with the rod. I spoke the truth about trying to get my daughter back. That Hadrian had taken her.
Why would Hadrian take your daughter?
I don't know. She's in the Feywilds with more ghosts. That's where we're going, to the Feywilds. Get her back with more ghosts.
What would Hadrian have to do with the Feywild?
I don't know.
I mean, the guy's charismatic, but he's not
Maybe
Fey.
he had nothing to do with it. I just need to know. I need to lay it to bed. I need to lay that past to bed before I bring my daughter back.
Okay. So you're looking to... Are you crazy? Are you... so you lost your daughter, and somehow the person that...
Someone told Hadrian where I was, what I was, and who I was. And then they killed my husband and took my daughter. Maybe they didn't tell... I don't know who they told, but Hadrian was the last person I knew from my old life. He's the only one I knew who clearly had a grudge. Obviously, if he hired you to get me out of the way.
Roll me a persuasion check.
$13?
Okay. I guess that can make sense. I feel like being a changeling in Dair's Wharf, working for Hadrian, you made a lot more enemies than just Hadrian. Come
We all make
on.
enemies.
Help me. I don't want to shoot you here. Doesn't work very well for me at all.
You have... You're afraid. I don't know what you're afraid of, but you're afraid of going back to Dair's Wharf. And you're afraid I hold some kind of power over that.
Roll me an insight check. Actually, sorry. Roll me a deception check.
Okay. 10?
Okay. Now roll me an insight check.
19?
He falters for a second. With a 19, you get the feeling that he thought that you might be doing your thing. Like, feeling, which tells you you're in the ballpark. I have no interest in going back there, that's true. But I'm tied to you no matter what, so. I'm trying to figure out why someone who is left for dead would want to go back just because you assume that Hadrian, a powerful person, don't get me wrong, but Hadrian has something to do with your daughter going missing.
Now I'm trying to figure out how someone who talks such a big game can be so scared. I am tired and angry, and I just want my daughter back. She is all I have left. So if you're gonna pull the trigger, pull the fucking trigger, and I can guarantee everyone down there will rip you apart before you knew what happened. Remember, Alistair has a rod now.
You're an idiot.
And you're a coward.
If you're gonna try to talk or take down Hadrian just because you think he's involved in whatever that is, don't get Alistair involved.
And why? Because he has a rod?
Because I think you're crazy. And I think you're going to get people hurt. And that's fine. But one of those people has something that could do a lot more damage than anything you or I could do. Unless you can convince me that Hadrian had for sure something to do with your poor dead husband.
There was a report of slavers bringing my daughter north over land. And Hadrian's Burning Rose has a slave guild now. So, there's a tie there. If they worked for... No, okay. That's all I have. You're right, I'm a fucking idiot. I'm scared, I'm tired, and I'm angry. I just want my daughter back. And maybe I'm grasping at straws, but I don't know what else to do. At least I'm bold enough to say that.
Anything else you know about this Slayer's Guild?
I know that Hadrian has taken down most of the heads of the different gangs and guilds, and he'll own all of Dair's Wharf soon enough. And I don't care how powerful you are. To accumulate that much power, there has to be something helping you. And I think it's more than just hiring a one-armed piece of shit like you to get his work done. There's someone else backing him.
You
don't
see it.
know.
Sorry. You see a
No,
genuine
go.
smile come across his lips when you say that. So either you are crazy or you think that at least he would know who the slave guild is that somehow carted your daughter into another plane. Okay. Well, still crazy, but less crazy.
Alistair's already in this. And there are dark beings after him. Whether he likes it or not, they're coming. And now he has the fucking rod. So if you think Hadrian's the worst we're gonna face, I'd rather have him at my side facing at Hadrian than know he's out there alone with whatever else is hunting him.
then convince him to leave the rod with me.
Not a fucking chance.
You do that, you still get your Alistair. You still get your revenge plot. And what I get in return is making sure that you don't blow up Dair's Wharf.
What'd you get returned?
Roll me an insight check on that.
Ooh,
Actually, what were you going to say?
This is a 26. No, I'm sorry,
Okay.
25 for insight.
Nice.
Uh,
I'm going to roll deception, actually, though. He has a
get in
plus.
return?
He has a plus 12 in deception.
Ooh.
He rolled a 23.
Oh. What you'd get in return is being a sad, forgotten sellsword with one of the most powerful weapons we know of.
I'm your best bet on making sure that the rod doesn't see the light of day. No one knows from that area that I'm alive. It's the smartest decision, but I guess I should have assumed you wouldn't take that.
You have given me no reason to trust you. It's twice now you've held me at gunpoint. And I've seen what's in there. You had a warehouse, right, in Dair's Wharf? Was that the fires or the cloaked figure?
The gun clicks. The version of its hammer gets pulled back. Don't.
I'm not going to trust you with that rod. And I'm not trusting you with Alistair. You've given me no reason to trust you. Look at Daphne right now. Why the fuck would I trust you?
She's fine. She's sleeping. You could have too. I guess we've made our intentions clear with each other.
As have you. You don't get to place it on me. Not squarely on me while you hold me at gunpoint. You keep asking me to prove myself to you. Why don't you prove yourself to me? You have given us not an ounce to trust, and I don't know what has Alistair tripping over himself for you. But he's probably the biggest fool of us all right now.
Puts the gun down. I don't want to kill you. You're in pain. I get it. But you're an idiot. Once we get to Dair's Wharf, I think it's best we part ways. But from one thief to another, I think you'll know I'll be watching. Trying not to blow up the neighborhood.
You make any moves towards Alistair, and I promise that you'll get the opportunity to kill me before I try to drive one of those blades into your chest. We'll see who's faster then.
Okay. In the meantime, why don't you take Daphne and go down and get some shut-eye? You obviously suck at this, so I can keep watch.
She's gonna collect her blades, get Daphne, and wordlessly go downstairs, and she's gonna sleep in the floor in front of Alistair's room, blocking the door so that she knows if anybody tries to come in.
You got it. Roll me a perception check with disadvantage. Do you put like Daphne back in her room?
Yeah.
Cool.
Oh, 6.
Okay. All right. Morning comes for you all. Siobhan, you wake up with a start as you recognize that you did not see Huxley pass. So either you fell asleep and weren't aware, or he hasn't gone to your room.
Mm-hmm.
I think it makes sense that either Gwyn or Alistair just opens the door on this scene. So it's up to you guys. I don't know if Gwyn would go back to her room or not.
She probably would have stayed in Alistair's unless he kicked her out.
Cool. Yeah, so one of you choose. One of you opens the door to see Siobhan just full on.
Probably passed out from her late night, too.
Yeah.
Probably almost at the same time. We'd probably go out together. So.
Like I probably hit her with my cane.
Yeah.
Oh.
Tara?
Morning.
What?
Were you guarding us?
Breakfast?
Are you okay?
Haven't been okay for a long time.
Is there something you want to tell us?
Yeah, I'm hungry. Let's go get some breakfast.
Remember what I said before. And I'll head to breakfast.
Cool. You got it. In the middle of the night, Nalani, you might have decided to possibly take like second or third watch. So when you go up, you see Huxley is up there. Would you say it would be second or third? Your choice, doesn't matter.
Probably third.
Cool. Third watch, you see Huxley standing up there, kind of a little bit, just kind of dozing in and out as you come up. Oh, good. You're up. And goes to walk back down.
What's your real interest in Alistair?
Why does everyone keep asking me that? I don't know. It might be his charming personality, the fact that he has only one good leg, or maybe the idea that he has one of the most important things on the planet stomping around with him. You pick.
No, you pick. Which is it?
It's the personality one. Good night, Lonnie.
Hey, have you ever seen one of these? And I take out the box.
You see, he's like kind of like on the other side of the rigging as you show it to him. No.
No one's been able to open it yet. They say it's above their skill level.
Roll me a persuasion check. With disadvantage, it's very late for it.
That is a 15.
15? Cool.
Yep.
He looks at the box, looks at you, and goes, Oh. Well. You know, those boxes are usually easier to open in the afternoon, so. I'll check in then. He walks down the rigging. Nolani, give me an investigation check.
Yeah. Are her weapons here?
No.
16 plus... that's a dirty 20.
Dirty 20. You do notice some interesting sort of impressions into the grain patterns of the wood, because that investigation check is crazy. You get the idea that weapons have been dropped here recently. But that's it. Io.
I think before we move to Io, I think Nolani's gonna take out the journal, and the button that Alistair had ripped off his shirt and given to him and held over the journal, and he's going to start reading the journal, the things he can now see. And I think on the first page he kind of sees some spells, some notes from class, probably that Alistair had written. Maybe some basic spells from his first day in class. And he notices in the bottom corner a drawing of what he makes out to be Gwyn, a side profile of her face, as the camera drifts away to Io.
But Io, you are... I think you're already out on deck. What are you up to?
I think I was probably watching the sunrise with Callisto. After I probably like said good morning to Nalani, and
Well, Nolani's up in the crow's nest. So are you shouting up to Nolani?
yeah,
Okay.
we'll go with that. And I think I'm just like, hey, So,
I'm sorry. I just
You're
had a
good.
stupid idea I have to do.
No, you're good.
You shout up to Nalani. Good morning, Nalani. You see fingers. Fingers is up on deck. And like looks up in the direction that you're looking. Oh. Did he pass during the night or something? Good morning, Nalani. We miss you.
Well, don't worry. He'll come back to life in about 10 minutes or so when it's breakfast
What?
time.
Oh, shit. You guys are some powerful wizards on this boat.
God's damn right.
You see him just waddle off.
Oh, hey, Callisto, wherever you're from, do you have to often fight for your motherfucking life? Like we do?
Well, partner, from the aeons I have traveled to get here, there are many perils that come along the way. It is imperative that one keeps their eyes open at all times. But not every passing moment I usually am able to stay in my trance. I do so in your version of the world, I believe 1 minute every hour.
1 minute every hour. And
Do you suggest that I stay more alert less time?
no. You honestly, I wish I had whatever you got going on. In that case, I don't think my body works that way.
It comes from the far reaches beyond. He starts to kind of explain like where it comes from in a very obscure sort of like realm that like you're like, I'm listening and now I'm getting nothing. Got it. Yeah.
Hey, partner, how about you go find yourself something to eat? You gave me a little too much to it's a phrase, chew on. I've got a lot to think about, so go fill your belly.
I rely on only the sustenance that the air provides. I'm able to pull the water from the molecules that exist in this world. However, I am interested in this food that you speak of. Is there a... It's not like what I was given, correct? That would be...
No,
that wasn't food, right? That was... Okay.
That was food. It was just... It was a little expired.
Then I have no need for the...
That was
expired.
Bad food. That was bad food.
Bad food.
Is
there a place
Gruff,
where there's good food?
Yes, Gruff. Remember the guy who was going to poison everybody yesterday? Don't worry,
I believe that was you, partner, giving the signal of putting your hand up.
Yes.
Presenting the vestigial eyes.
Yeah. You're following me part way, and you're not following me the full way. He's the one who came up with the idea. I just decided it was a good idea, and we were going to move that way if we needed to. Turns out the people we were going to poison were a step ahead of us, but he won't poison you. Go see if he'll fix you up something.
The one that is closer to his end than his beginning.
Are you calling him old? Relatively, of course.
Don't know. That term is somewhat new to me.
Yeah, but in case you talk to anyone else, don't refer to anybody like that. They get pretty pissed off.
How should I refer to them?
Um.
Also, I can only speak to you, apparently.
Oh, well, in that case, don't worry about it. Also, if you really wanted to get some good food out of him, basically, and then he just mimes like begging, like a dog would.
To get food out of him, so the food is in him.
No.
Understood. I will go off and find what?
He'll physically give you food, but You gotta
from
look kinda
himself.
food that he makes.
Is this like a mother bird situation?
I don't think you want it to be, but no. He'll make you the food, like how we
From his
make.
stomach fluids.
No, with his hands. With his hands, he cuts it up, blends it. Sometimes sautés it over some fire.
I will go project the image of wanting food in Gruff's mind.
Okay. That might be a rough idea if that's not getting you anywhere. Try the begging thing.
I'll send him the mother bird image that I do know of, and you see him just waddle off.
That boy ain't right.
I'd say on deck you see all the rest of the deckhands. You see Boaz, Captain Boaz. You see Donovan. You don't see Gruff, obviously. You see Zemmer Zephyr, and obviously you see Fingers, who's just working on getting ready to cast off. And I'd say at this point you see like it's kind of at the Captain Boaz comes up to you. Well, looks like we're ready to apologies for last night. Apparently I can't hold my liquor. I assume Percival has just had decided to take his leave, as I don't see his ship.
Oh yeah. He did give you his well wishings though.
Great. Awesome. Well, I believe we're ready to cast off. If you're ready to take your position on deck, do you know where our other sailors are?
I know Nene's up in the crow's nest, the elven gentleman. As for everyone else, I can definitely find out. Do you just want me to pass along the message to get to their stations?
Yes, pass along the message that we need everybody to be on board and doing what they should be doing on deck.
No, of course. And anything else, Captain? Or is that all?
No, sorry, I just got concerned because Fingers. No, that'll be all. Thank you. And you see him walk off to help Fingers with whatever Fingers is fucking up. Cool. So we cut to the dining room where I think we see Alistair, Siobhan, and Gwen seated. Yori, I think you collected along the way, who's kind of up here as your Gruff has brought out some morning meal. But yeah, as you're all eating, I think Gwen and Alistair are like eating, just staring at Siobhan, who was just.
Are we gonna talk about how you slept out in the hallway?
If you wanted company, you could have come in.
I'm good.
But you're clearly not, and
Is whatever's bothering you going to affect us if we don't know about it? Not trying to make you spill all your secrets. We know more about your personal life than you probably want us to. But if this is going to come back and bite us in the ass, we need to know about it.
I just don't trust Huxley. I don't think you should trust him either.
Okay.
At this moment, you see the door open, and you, from certain people's vantage point, you don't see anyone walking through it, except for like those that are on one side of the table, so possibly like Alistair and Quinn. You see a very small pseudo dragon waddling in, and he can fly, by the way, but like just waddling in and walking past you all towards the kitchen. Just goes into the kitchen doors.
If I may, I think Houston follows him in.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah.
interesting.
Owl version.
He's still an owl, yeah.
Cool. Yep. This.
But it's the most cat-like flying owl you've ever seen.
You. So quick, because you clock this, you see Houston like starts to kind of like follow him. You see him like kind of like look up at the bird, and then you see them seem to travel in the same direction, clearly in the same like understanding of what's happening. Yeah. I fully think that Callisto and Houston can talk to each other. So yeah, incredible. Okay, eventually you hear a no, just get out.
I get that you don't trust Huxley. That's fine, but this feels more personal.
You're carrying one of the most powerful weapons we know of, and you think I shouldn't be more careful? That I should trust people more?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm trying to say is we can't not trust anyone. We have no idea what we're doing right now. We are the definition of failing forward. If we can get help from anyone, why wouldn't we?
You can ask for whatever help you want from Huxley, but I will not trust him. And I will be there to make sure that he doesn't double-cross you. And if you don't like that, you're gonna learn to fucking deal with it, because I'm not letting him hurt you.
Fair. But you trusted all of us at one point. And you took help from us. You could have turned and run at any point and been just fine with what help and information you got from us.
It might be safer still if I do that. For you guys.
No, because then you can't protect me. Just saying, you don't have to like him, and you don't have to necessarily trust him, but he can help us.
No. Whatever help he has to offer, he's in it for himself. I know a cutthroat and a sellsword when I see one. I am one. I was one. Maybe you shouldn't trust me. It's probably safer you don't. Probably safer you go your own way when we get to Dair's Wharf. Maybe Hadrian isn't your speed.
To an extent, I think we're all in this for our own reasons, but that doesn't mean that they can't complement each other. And Alistair, you said it last night. Maybe it's better to know up front what to expect. And I think we can with Huxley. We don't need to trust him to use his help. Unless there's something you're not telling us. That would change the information we have. And if you do or do not have that information, do or do not want to share it with us, we can only work with what we have. And right now, maybe he's an asshole. Maybe he is a sellsword. But for the next few days at least, our goals align.
In this moment, Io, you walk in.
Oh, wow. Morning, y'all.
First off, as soon as you walk in, Gruff is shooing both Callisto and Hewson out. Callisto immediately looks at you. Partner, permission to destroy. I tried to make it clear my wants and needs, and meanwhile, Gruff is also yelling at you, not in your head. Just okay. I need to make something very clear. No animals in the kitchen. You do want animals on the table? No. So unless they're dead, do you want me to kill your animal? Then, assuming no.
Gruff, can you just give him a little something that you cooked up?
That fucking dragged sea creature thing sent an image in my head of a bird just throwing up.
He thought he was painting a clear picture that he was hungry.
And what? Sorry. Okay. No animals in the kitchen. Clear. Looks at Gwen.
I look at Hewson, and I think Hewson, as Gruff was saying, no animals on the table, sits right in the middle, like cats do, in the middle of the table, and just stares at him with the three eyes.
And maybe off the you see Hewson makes the like retching sort of like face and noise, like that's also they were doing that as well. Do you want food? Do you want me to be a cook? Then you just no animals in the kitchen. Slams the door.
Spoil sport.
I lean over to Io and whisper really quickly, do you think this is the point where we tell him they're not actually animals? Or would that break his brain?
Yeah, one thing at a time.
Okay.
Definitely one thing at a time. So,
Partner, please allow me to blast the store into smithereens as we go and collect our bounty.
No. Denied. That's attacking an ally. We don't attack allies. So,
But he yelled at me.
Yeah, I know. I'll have a word with him later. But no, in the mortal world, we do not solve all of our problems with violence. It's more like a 5%, sometimes 30% chance.
I saw another small being walking around with missing legs. Maybe we could do that?
No.
They're also missing hands.
Yeah.
It just keeps giving up like explanations. Like,
yeah, man. I don't know what happens with you if you lose a hand or a leg. I don't know if it grows back.
It grows back. Yep.
Yeah. The rest of us aren't so lucky. Fingers.
Oh, I assume that would give the message that you don't yell at your partners.
No, that's more likely to cause more trouble than it's worth.
Meanwhile, you were all seeing Io and Callisto just staring at each other intently.
Does anyone else ever feel awkward while we have to watch them just stare at each other?
I am having
Just-
an important conversation here.
We
We-
kind of
we
need
were-
to have an important conversation out here too.
Yeah, we were having one, and then you guys just started staring at each other.
Yeah, about that. What did I miss?
Kara says we shouldn't trust Huxley, and Kara slept outside of my door last night in the hallway and won't tell us why. And Kara's very hungry.
Okay, the first part is a very water's wet statement. But the rest of it is... Alright, Kara, we've been through this several times. I'm not gonna push you to do something you don't want to do. You just don't get us into more trouble if you can help it. You can keep your secrets.
How is telling you not to trust somebody dangerous going to get you into more trouble? Trusting people we don't know is what gets you into trouble.
And I hear exactly what you're saying. My point is, at this point, we've been through this whole conversation where they're asking you to tell them something that you're keeping cagey about. I've been guilty of this frequently myself. And we've seen things kind of happen in the past, so I'm just saying, let's not go round and round like a butter churner. And I know whatever you're planning on doing, you're doing it from a good place. But I'm just saying, we've been through. We've had this conversation, what? How many times since we've known each other? Okay. Don't trust Huxley. We got that. My question is, what exactly does that mean to you by not trusting Huxley? Do we throw Huxley overboard? Do we sleep with one eye open? I'm assuming most of us have been doing that.
We have a very powerful item with us. And he was left on this boat for a reason to do with that item. Common sense would say we keep an eye on it. And Alistair, whenever he's around,
All right,
and
solid.
especially when he's not.
All right, solid. Let's start doing that, or continue doing that.
At this moment, you see Donovan come down. Sir, we're ready to cast off. I was told by Captain Boaz rather feverishly that we needed to assume our positions on the boat. Looks over, gives a kind of a side eye to Io.
Oops, that was my job. Yeah.
We are really bad sailors.
I'm just gonna say, New Moon had, and now granted they had to do this because they were the only people that are on deck. New Moon has been given like skill checks that if they reach a certain point, they get something for. You guys are not. We're not giving them to you guys at all right now.
We don't do shit.
Nalani.
I think
After-
Nolani maybe
Yeah.
walks through. I think Nalani probably comes through to get some breakfast, maybe.
Okay.
He's just going to walk through, and as he's walking through, he is... Yep. He's walking through, and he's going to say, "Hey, open book, what happened in the crow's nest?" And just keep walking through into the kitchen to get some food.
You don't. Okay.
He's
You're just
going to
saying
look
this
at
out
Siobhan and
loud.
say,
Well,
"Hey,
hold on.
yep,
You don't
out
know it's
loud."
Siobhan. You don't
Oh,
know it's
sorry,
Siobhan.
Kara. I
No,
don't
no,
know
no.
that it was...
You don't know. All you know is there are weapon
Well, I
markings on the
know
ground.
that it was that Huxley was on watch, and I know that Siobhan and, Kara and Daphne were in the box before him.
Yep. I mean, a lot of time could have passed through there. So just FYI, like,
Yeah.
there's a point where it's
Okay,
like you could
let me
suspect, but
rephrase.
you're not
Let me
sure.
rephrase. I'll go through and say, "Hey, open book. Did something happen in the crow's nest last night? There were weapon marks," and just keep walking through.
Okay, you got it. You see Donovan going, "Oh, okay, more people not at their station." First mate, any thoughts on what to do about that?
Yeah, come on, guys. Let's at least get to work as we're
Oh, yeah, or Io. Okay.
doing things. And I
still-
think I'll runs and grabs some food as he's heading his way out.
You got it. Is there any conversation that's given to Nalani? There's something I need from Nalani here pretty soon.
No, I just said that on my way through into the kitchen to pick up some food.
Right.
And...
I was saying, like, in your way out, is there a response? Is there any? Does someone stop you? Things like that, right? So if they don't, cool. So you say that, you leave. I assume at this point everybody kind of moves to their stations as they're casting off.
Very long look at Siobhan, and then
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Gwen will go do whatever it is that she needs to do. She doesn't even remember her job. Let's be real.
I think Yori just says out, "I wasn't up in the crow's nest last night. Just in case we were all wondering. Let's go find out see if that cannon's still there." You see him just walk off. You see Gutter follow, I think, in that moment. Cool. So you all go to various... We don't have to really necessarily role play that moment, but Nalani, I imagine your place is back up at the crow's nest. Cool. As you come up there, you see Huxley is up there waiting for you. Hi. I was wondering if you could help me with something. In return, I can give you something.
What are you going to give me?
Well, it's kind of works the same way. So here's this, and you see him kind of telescope out this like small little device. You see there's like metal that is kind of like sharpened to a small cylindrical sort of point, and you see a glass vial at the very end of it. Give me a history check.
16.
16. Cool. With a 16, that vial looks somewhat familiar. It's empty. It's just a glass vial, glass container sort of thing. And you see he kind of pulls it out and just goes, "So, you're have you ever used like a blowgun before? Above board, you are proficient with martial weapons, which blowgun is."
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Great. Awesome. So I need... You can have that. So I just added blowgun +1 to your thing. And that's actually pretty useful if you needed to, like, if you're shooting at someone while in hiding, you're going to stay in hiding. It doesn't give away your position, which is cool. But I need you to... So you see these birds that are up here, and you see the couple, there's a squawking as around. I need you to hit one of them in the brain for me. Could you do that?
With the blowgun or an arrow?
If it was with an arrow, I could just shoot it with a bullet and it'd be the same. No, I need you to shoot it with that little needle that's just gonna, just gonna kill it and let it drop to the deck.
So why do you need a bird?
For a thing?
What kind of thing?
If you don't want to do it, it's fine. I'm sure I can find somebody else who's used a blowgun here, but hey, you just give it back.
Sure. I'll shoot a bird.
Great. Awesome. Preferably one with just a one of the like kingfishers, or that would be good. It's gotta be just somewhat big. But not too big. You get that one. As he points with the
Nalani's going to
You gonna shoot a bird?
I'm gonna look at the mouthpiece on the blowgun.
Sure.
Before
Absolutely.
I put
Yeah, go ahead and roll me an
mouth
investigation check
on
on the
it.
blowgun. Yeah.
It's a 14.
You look in and you accidentally inhale as you're looking, and you just fall off the ground. No. Yeah, looks fine.
Okay. I'm gonna shoot the bird.
Shoot a bird. Go ahead and roll me an attack. So this is a blowgun +1, so it's a +11 to hit.
That was a 25.
Yeah. Just threading the needle, you get exactly like. Not only do you get into the eye, I don't think these birds really. I don't think birds have like pupils, but you. No, they do, right? They have, anyway. You get the bird right in the center of the eye, and you center into it, and you see it just right in front of fingers. Whoa! All right, free meal. You see, you see Huxley just yelled, "Don't touch that! It's poison." Thanks, appreciate it. And you see him go back down the ring. Anything you say?
Hey, Huxley?
Yeah.
I noticed some strange marks in the crow's nest right here.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know anything about them?
This is my first day on the ship.
Looks like some weapons were dropped in here last night.
Well, it is possible for one to drop weapons. Maybe you should just make sure everybody's wearing a belt or something. Hey, later on, if you want to bring that box by, I can take a look at it.
In the afternoon, right? That's the best time.
That's right. You see him climb down. You see, so for the rest of you, as you're on mid deck, Huxley walks by like he's hot shit because he doesn't have a job to do. Picks up the bird and walks off. As the day goes on, so at this point, so we're in that new day. We're at about noon. Oh, I forgot to do this. Hold on. Yeah, anything you guys wanted to do during this time? Anything specific that we're missing or whatever?
Siobhan is cross-armed, following Alistair like a shadow wherever he goes. She's not letting him out of her sight.
You see Daphne, who's awake but seems to be kind of like just a little bit out of sorts. Is like occasionally like as Siobhan's bed. Hey, Kara, can you help me with the? Oh, okay, all right, whatever. Alistair, I don't think there's a perception check required. Alistair, every time you turn around, you see Siobhan close by, or Kara close by.
Can I get some work done on my shield while we're there?
Yeah,
For the day?
absolutely. I'll say as you're doing your kind of like rounds, looking like kind of walking by, eventually you go back down to your room. Siobhan, you follow?
Yeah, I follow.
Love it. Cool.
Nalani, if Nalani has a chance, he's going to get near Gwen.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. At a certain point during this time, let's go ahead and handle that real quick. Oops.
So Alistair gave me his journal, and there was a bookmark in it that had some names on it. And I hand her the slip of paper with the 3 names on it. And I wanted you to have this so that if you got a chance, you could look in that book, the Book of Analdwin that I gave you, and
Yeah.
see if any of these names show up in there.
I look at the names. Do any seem familiar? I've read that book a few times by this point.
Which specific names?
I think he's giving me the paper with his parents' name on it.
No,
Above
not
table.
a thing.
I'm sorry, Nalani. They.
Where do we find Gwen, by the way? What is Gwen doing?
I don't know. She's supposed to be doing the records or something, I think. But I think that yeah, we'll just say that she's down there. She's gone back to messing with the logs. So,
Messing with the logs. Cool.
yeah.
You see Gwen just trying to look busy, I think.
Our goal is going to get them back all in ciphers. She's
Okay.
practicing.
You got it.
Poor man. But yeah, so she would look at the names. They don't, they're not familiar. They don't match the book, but that was a storybook.
Was it a story?
Well, partially at least. But I can maybe see what else I can find.
Thank you. How are you doing?
I'm all right.
Gwen with just like a handful of logs in her hands.
I think Nolani takes the logs from her and starts probably doing whatever task she was supposed to be doing.
You put them back exactly where they're supposed to be because Gwen had taken them from where they're supposed to be at, I think.
So, we haven't really had much of a chance to talk. How's it going with Beatty?
Complicated. Me coming here is not what they wanted.
It's a tough choice sometimes between what you know you're supposed to do and what you need to do for your friends.
Yeah. I'm not really sure where I stand, to be honest with you. I talked about it with Alistair a little bit, but things might have to change. I don't really know what that's going to look like. But if I can, before they do, I'll try to get more information on Anelduin. Seems to be important to you. She'll tap the paper. These names seem to be important to you.
The information isn't as important as you doing what's best for you. We'll figure it out a different way.
I have some ideas.
You know, in a lot of ways, you kind of hold the group together. And that's a lot of responsibility.
Sometimes I don't think I've done a very good job. But none of us have killed each other yet, so.
And we've made it this far. Just further than it seems like we should have.
I think we'll be okay. A few wrinkles to iron out.
What about you? It seems like we all have something we're searching for, trying to figure out. Is there more than just figuring out your patron?
Nothing that's pressing at the moment. There are some answers that I would like to find that no one seems to have been willing to give me. But they can wait.
Answers to what? You know, Alistair told me just yesterday not to take his advice about shoving stuff deep down inside.
I think maybe more than anyone you might understand about family. Secrets.
I do. That piece of paper, those are my parents. And that's apparently my real name.
Neither of my parents looked like me. Nobody would ever tell me what happened. And why he just took off, my father. So I'd like to figure that out. But like I said, it can wait.
Well, we have more in common than we realized.
The strange thing is, I think that's kind of what holds this group together. There are more similarities than differences in weird ways. And I think that works for us.
Yeah, so far. Just don't hold it in too long.
Same goes. I hand you back this slip of paper. I'll remember them.
Thanks for your help.
Always.
Nalani walks off. Gwyn, after about a minute, you see Fingers walk up to you. Don't worry, I'll keep you safe. I was watching. I was just making. He's not going to touch you.
Who's not going to touch me?
You know.
Nalani?
Oh, right. Nope. No one. That's right.
And try to insight
Just
check him.
Good luck.
Yeah, that's a natural one.
Cool. Just, you and me.
All right.
Two brains think alike.
Hey, you want to help me with these logs?
Yeah, let's move from this spot. This is a bad spot. You see, you both go and pick them up from the place that they're definitely supposed to be at. Amazing. Cool. Alistair and Siobhan, you go down to Alistair's room. Alistair, you see that you have some missing things in your room.
I know. Okay. Para,
Mm-hmm.
someone's been in here and taken some things.
Are they still here?
No.
Did
I
you look
imagine.
the way you can see
Yep.
more?
It's not. It's pretty much always what's on. I looked. I imagine it was Huxley.
I'd imagine so.
You look at your beaker sort of set, and you see that you're missing one of the vials. It's an empty vial, but.
That said, do I see anything in the room?
Yeah, I mean, you see a lot of your alchemical supplies are gone.
I mean, magically speaking, do I see
I think. Yeah, no, you don't notice anything out of the ordinary, no.
Nope. Yeah, I mean, I imagine. I mean, I don't. Do you want to go? I need them.
Okay. Stay here. Or come with me.
I can just stay here. That's fine.
Okay. I'm gonna close the door behind me.
Okay.
Because he said he couldn't see anything with his magic, right?
Correct.
Okay, insight check that first to see if he's
Sure.
lying to me. 24.
Okay.
Sure.
Persuasion or deception. Yeah.
You beat it. I mean, I just wasn't looking because I wasn't going to tell you if he was in the room or not.
I'll send a message towards my room because it's directional. So if he's not in my room, well, he probably will hear it anyways. But
Okay.
I'm just gonna say, stealing isn't a way to build trust, shithead.
I mean, is it stealing if I'm just 3 doors down? And you hear 3 doors down play in the background. Stupid joke.
It's only 3 doors down. I'm gonna leave the door open and walk 3 doors down. Knock on the
So dumb.
and just start banging on his door.
You hear him just go, yeah, that's, it's a very small room, as you know. You can just knock.
Alistair needs his stuff back.
Alistair can come get it. I'm not keeping it from him. I'm just borrowing it.
You ask before you borrow.
Sure. Okay. Can I borrow
You can
Alistair's
borrow it.
stuff? Oh, thanks. Hey, can Alistair come out to play? I need to have him hold something real quick.
Alistair?
Oh, yeah. Excuse me. Just step. I'll just. Nope. Just squeeze right through here. Okay.
Mhm.
Yep. Open the door.
As soon as you go, there is thaumaturgy to slam the door closed. If you want to contest it, I'll allow it.
I want to contest it. I'm trying to get in that room with Alistair. I don't want him alone with him.
So I'll allow you to roll an acrobatics check to allow yourself to not lose Alistair in that, if you want.
So Alistair's going through the door and he's trying to shut me out.
Yes.
As soon as I see the door closing, I'm going to misty step into the room.
Fuck yes, absolutely.
And I'm just going to lean against the window on the other side, staring at Huxley. Arms
All right.
crossed.
Well, I tried. Hey, can you hold this real quick? And you see him holding what appears to be a dead bird. It's the top of its head is like flapped open. And you see, like as assuming that you walk closer, you see some like sort of like mechanical parts seem to be inside the head itself. So I just need you to hold the head up while I work on the
Yeah. Why are you doing this? You could just build one.
I am building one. Building one that is a little smarter than...
Then parrots?
Yeah.
For what purpose?
Well, Nalani said that there was something weird up top the other night, and I'm making it so that none of us have to worry about keeping watch at night. Okay, cool. You see him take what is clearly your disassembled thieves' tools, but is been made into like some sort of like outer rib cage sort of thing that seems to have like this weird sort of like it almost. I mean, it's a helmet essentially, like on the bird. And you see him kind of like fitting it underneath. Okay, cool. And just hold it up like yeah, great, awesome. Man, so that Siobhan's a real pistol, huh? I'm pretending like you're not in the room because that's what I wanted.
You called her Siobhan.
Oops.
I'm not taking my eyes off of a single one of Huxley's moves.
Okay. All right.
So,
yeah.
Can you maybe why did Siobhan sleep outside my door last night?
Why would I know that?
Why wouldn't you know that?
Because I know her name is Siobhan, I then know what she's doing at all times.
I mean, you're going in and out of our rooms. You were on second watch. I was just assuming that you.
I wasn't going in and I was borrowing something. I will pay it
at that
back.
time, you were stealing it, but
okay.
And borrowing usually with intent to return, and I don't think you're going to be returning things.
I'll tell you what. I will return. What are you working on? The shield thing?
Yes, the shield.
Okay.
It's.
You see him press a button on his arm. So you want it to look something like that? and you see a shield has come out of his arm. You see there's multiple sort of like jewels around it. In a way, it's I would say, like, Alistair, give me an investigation check.
11, 22.
22. I think the concept, based on what you told me, it works the same way. It seems to come out of his arm. So it seems to be essentially what you want, although you're not really sure what the jewels are doing. With your like kind of other sight, you see there's something with that as well. It seems to be giving some sort of abjuration magic to it.
Something very similar to that. Is that in your arm, or is it like an attachment that you can take on and off?
No, I was going to tell you needed to cut off your arm to be able to get this. No, it's an attachment to my arm.
Yes, I understand that. The shield itself, is it attached into the workings of your arm, or is it an attachment like in addition to the arm?
Well, I'll put it this way. Do you want to take my shield from my arm, or do you want me to show you how to build your own?
Yes.
Okay, here. Gives it to you.
Great. And then we can work on the other.
Or I could just show you how I did it. I assumed you were into that sort of thing.
Yeah, yes, I still want that, obviously, but I appreciate this as well. You were offering it, weren't you?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. You said I could have it.
Yeah, if you're just wanting something for something else, yeah, I'll just give you that. That's fine. I can make another one. But I guess I kind of assumed that. Go ahead.
You're going to show me how to make the shield now as well, right?
Yeah.
Great. So I'll have two.
If you want, sure.
Okay.
I don't know what you're going to need two for, but it looks like one of those arms is going to have to be holding the cane, right?
Yeah.
Do you still have that, the raccoon dude?
Gear? Yes. Yes, I do.
Cool. Can I borrow... looks above the bird. Can I have the amber that's in him?
No.
Okay, cool. You see him reach into his bag and pulls out this deep red stone. This will probably work better anyways. You see him put it put it into the helmet of the bird, and you see the eyes sort of glow red as you see what I accidentally put up before. You see this figure. You see it just flap its wings.
Does it speak?
No, this one doesn't. But it should listen. Open your mouth. Close it. Flap your wings. Lift your left leg. Good. What's your name? You see it open its mouth, but nothing comes out. Good. You see it turn and look at you. Is that what I think it is? Yes, it is. Cool. It turns and looks at you, Alistair, and goes to do one of these, like the head tilt sort of thing, but it overextends because it doesn't know how far it can go, and it turns its entire neck around and it just snaps completely. Just as it just goes completely upside down. Oh, god damn it. Fuck. Okay. All right. Okay, back to back to the beginning. Okay. And you see he continues to work on it at that time.
Okay. You need to read. Do you need to finish this before we can work on the shield? Is that?
Do you want to sleep soundly at night?
I honestly didn't know I needed to worry about
You
that.
see him drop it and the head just flops to the side.
Yeah, like. I guess I was fine. I mean, Alani usually does. What is this? What do you need me to do? Can I help you? And then this is.
Do you still have that screwdriver piece, the small one?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right. We need to put a nail into its spine to keep its head from falling off.
That sounds awful. I think we could probably come up with a better solution than that. Hold on.
It's dead, so.
That's not going to last long, and you're going to lose movement if you do that.
Okay, go ahead.
So we could find something that we could just work exactly like the spine. It'll be fine. You just do that, and you'll still have a full range of motion, and it won't be so cruel. Maybe.
It's dead.
Yep.
Okay. Do you have those materials? Because I don't.
No, I don't. Sure, a nail. Here.
I need the
Screwdriver.
I need the screwdriver.
Yeah, of course. It's in my room.
Okay. Well, I guess I can set this down. You see it just, the head just goes. It's still fully, like, the eyes are still lighting up. It still thinks it's alive. Power down.
So sorry, when that's up, how are you going to communicate with this thing? Or does it just report back to you like gear does for me?
For now, it's just going to report back to me. I mean, we have limited supplies as it is. I plan on using the actual brain that's in it soon, but...
Okay. Sure. Are you just going to be like this the whole time? And
Alistair.
Yep.
Do you want to help me?
Yes. I would like to help you, but I really don't want to be berated the whole time.
Fair.
Okay. Do we need a bodyguard the whole time, or...
Looks at Siobhan. You tell me.
Well, she's not here for me, Huxley.
What do you want me to do? I literally tried to keep her out of the room. She's following you.
Because of you.
Sit. Stay. You think that worked?
I mean, we can try, but I don't.
Alistair says sit, stay.
Oh.
Alistair knows where he can shove it.
Oh, she's definitely here for you, dude.
Okay. Do you know why?
I'm just trying to build a bird.
Okay. Siobhan, do you want to go get the screwdriver, or shall I?
You can go. You're coming back. I can tell you're coming back.
Okay.
You walk out. Huxley looks back at what he's doing with the birds. Looks, he doesn't look up and just, this is going to work out more poorly for you than it is for me, right?
I don't take advice. from heartless broken men.
Okay. He holds back a retort and just says, fair enough. Alistair, you come back?
I think Gruff is getting lunch together, Siobhan.
Interesting.
So, listen, would you like to talk, Huxley?
What about?
You have 2 good legs. How fast can you move? Theoretically, just curious.
Last time I answered questions like this, I had a cannon pointed at me. What's your point?
Consider this a similar situation and just answer the question. I cast Rope Trick directly above our heads.
Okay.
And head up the rope and close it if he follows.
Amazing.
I'm moving as well, as fast as I can.
Cool. Okay. Give me 1 second.
So fucking smart, Jesus Christ.
He's gonna Misty Step to be able to transport there immediately right after you, which is gonna be more than the time you'd spend to be able to get up there, I think.
Yep.
If you want to contest it, I will allow it. Roll me a... So this is the speed on which you can go up and grab a rope. So this is the hard part is that this is an athletics check, not an acrobatics, because it's based on speed.
But I
know,
saw Huxley Misty Step.
Oh, could you also Misty Step?
I have
yes,
2 more Misty
Steps. You could also Misty Step. Yeah, absolutely. So you both Misty Step to the rope. You see him instinctively point a gun out to you and then pull it back. So you're both just holding onto the rope. And you see both Huxley and Siobhan look up. And Alistair.
I'm going to step closer to Huxley, not quite touching him, but very close.
Siobhan, let go of the rope.
I made a promise to your parents to keep you safe. I'm not letting go of this fucking rope. I'm locking eyes with Huxley this whole time.
Huxley's looking at you.
Fine. And I'll stick my hand out for Siobhan and pull her into the space.
Okay. So all 3 of you are up in the rope trick?
Well, Huxley's underneath her, correct?
So you're okay, so
I imagine so what
that...
I understood it is I'm in the space and then Siobhan and Huxley are like this on the rope.
Yes.
So I pull her up, so she has to come first, correct?
I think that makes sense to me, if that makes sense to Kiki.
Yeah, I'm not taking my eyes off of Huxley. I'd help him.
Down below.
Pull me up,
Right.
but I'm not.
So I pull you
taking my
into
eyes
the
off of
rope
Huxley.
trick. I pull you into the rope trick. And then I go head first out of it because it's only a few feet above the ground, and I still close it, and you're stuck there for an hour.
Am I okay in there for an hour? Is this like?
Yep. It's a safe space. You are in like the Matrix loading room. You're in a blank spot.
Ah!
And I can open and close it at will, and you cannot?
Oh, she is pissed. Oh, she's pissed.
Can be pulled into the space. Text for the kids. Anything said for drops and the spell ends. Yeah, I think I mean, there's a length of one end. Much almost our next resistance Attacks and spells can't cross through the entrance into or out of the extra dimensional space, but those inside can see out of it as if through a 5-foot center on the rope. Anything it says. I think that makes sense. The spell doesn't specifically specify that only the spellcaster can open or close the space, unless I'm reading it wrong. So what I will say, because the concept that you're doing, I think still makes sense from a magical standpoint. So I'm going to say, give me an Arcana check to do so. I'm going to say it's pretty high. I'm going to say the DC's 20.
Okay, so I rolled a 14 plus 11 is 25.
Okay. Is that, I mean, I think that's fair, above board on the concept of what he's trying to do. I will say, Huxley looks up. I don't think there's really a need for that. She's just trying to look out for you.
Some reason. And she's not telling me. So I figured you would.
Looks up again. Huxley can't see Siobhan. Siobhan, you can see Huxley as Huxley's kind of looking around basically where you were. She's worried about you. And I'm worried about you. Neither of us trust each other, and that's why she's up there. And honestly, it behooves me to have her stay up there as long as possible, but I'm going to say. She obviously cares about you a lot, so I think you should let her down.
Why do you care about me?
Because it chose you. And I'm curious why.
How much would that change if I told you it didn't choose me? I just happened to be the first to reach for it.
I'd say you're dumber than I thought. What you have. A wise man once said to me, if you think you're in control of everything, you're not in control of anything.
You think you're in control right now?
He looks at you really close, and he actually just leans in. Never.
So this shield, do you want to do that now or after your bird?
I'm assuming you want honesty. I'd rather get this bird done first.
Do I need to watch out for you?
Yeah. You're stupid if you don't.
Come get me when you're finished with the bird.
Do I have to move, or are you going to let her out? Because I don't want her tumbling into my space in an hour.
Something happened between you two, and you're not sharing that with me. I will be very upset. And I'll let her go.
Rope comes down.
Could I
Uh,
see
You can see, you
Huxley's
couldn't
lips?
hear.
But could I ignore I saw
Oh,
his lips the whole time?
I think you can, yeah.
I knew everything he was saying. Okay. Observant.
That's right.
Yeah, she moves down and instantly, she doesn't get in front of Alistair, but she is in front of him slightly, staring at Huxley. So off to the slide, but clearly between them.
Kara, I think we should go get some lunch.
After you.
Huxley, I'll see you later.
Later.
I'm out the door.
Siobhan, do you follow?
I pause at the door, trying to let Alistair get a little ways down.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm just gonna say, like, lowly to Huxley, thank you. And you might think me crazy or an idiot, but what you did 7 years ago was the best thing that ever happened to me. And I'm going to get back what you gave me 7 years ago. And then she's gonna leave.
Walk out the door. We see Huxley staring at the spot where you were. Door closes. And we cut to black. And with that, we will end tonight's session. We'll see you guys in 2 weeks. Bye.